Good afternoon and welcome to Derby Date Night Anniversary Edition. Today we are coming to you live from Fort Wayne, Indiana, home of Fort Wayne Roller Derby. This is a special weekend for Derby Date Night as we are celebrating our 18th wedding anniversary this weekend. And by we, I mean you've got me, are you kidding me, on the mic tonight, and my better half for over 18 years is Sirius Lee, making all the technical things work and doing producer type things. As usual, we have left our kids, OMG and LOL, at home for our big anniversary date. You can find us here on YouTube and also on Instagram and Facebook. Like and subscribe to find out where you can join us next. But enough about Derby Date Night. Let's get to the reason you are here today. You are joining us now for the second game of a triple-header day of Derby. Kalamazoo Roller Derby has traveled from Michigan today to play 3 exciting games against Fort Wayne Roller Derby. We just finished the juniors game and are getting ready to start with an open gender game between both teams. Then later today, we have one final game to close out Fort Wayne's season with Fort Wayne Roller Derby and Kalamazoo Roller Derby SWFDA teams battling it out for victory. I'm sure you're very excited to meet some of our skaters tonight. For Kalamazoo, we have got number 00, Speeder Parker. We've got number 100, Smackajawea. Number 1039, Ophelia Plenty. Number 1331, Blue-Eyed Bruiser. Number 14, Headhunter. Number 19, Death Valley. Number 2118, Tex-Mex Ronnie. Number 2931, Chewbackoff. Number 33, Javelin. Number 410, Bash Her. Number 5, Hot Pocket. Number 8, Dirty Gertie. Number 89, Skatin', Not Hatin'. And finally, number 922, Jawbreaker, Jose. And for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, we have got number 1111, Star. Number 13, Sailor. Number 1959, Buckwild Barbie. Number 2, Bad Karma. Number 26, Trademark. Number 37, Chewblocka. Number 47, AK. Number 60, Threats. 229, Begone. 66, Jace of Spades. 721, La Hapa. 8029, Morgan Donor. 807, Unraveled Chaos. 841, Quantum Leap. 9, Feline Frenzy. And 919, Duck Duck Jam. We've also got some great help today on our cameras. We have got Brandon on turn 2, and we have got Pulverizing Pixie, guest camera-ing from South Bend over on turns 3 and 4. So hoping to bring you some great Derby today. I'm really excited to see these 2 games. These teams have not met to battle each other since 2016, and Derby has changed quite a bit since 2020 and the pandemic, and teams are still kind of coming out of it. So really, these teams haven't seen each other. They don't know each other anymore, even though they're only about 2.5 to 3 hours away. So we're excited to see today how these games go and just have a fun Sunday afternoon as we celebrate our wedding anniversary. We will be starting shortly, but while you are waiting for us to get started, go ahead and give us a subscribe on YouTube or find us on Facebook and Instagram and give us a like. We're trying to grow our Derby streaming community over here on Derby Date Night, and that would be a great anniversary present to us if you want to give us a subscribe. All right, looking at our first lineup for the first jam of the game. Looks like Jawbreaker Jose is lining up for Kalamazoo. And Quantum Leap is lining up for Fort Wayne. All right, Quantum Leap trying to find way through. Jawbreaker Jose ducking under some arms to get through to become lead jammer. Quantum Leap continuing to try and find some space, getting pushed to the inside as Jose is coming around the corner on turn 2, trying to weave their way through. Quantum Leap taking a hit to the inside, being forced to recycle after Jose comes through for 4 points. Jose approaching the pack on her second scoring pass as Quantum Leap is now out of the pack. Jose getting pushed to the outside, decides to call it before Fort Wayne can come around and score any points. Jace of Spades for Fort Wayne and Skatin' Not Hatin' jamming for Kalamazoo. Starting off slow with this pack. Skatin' Not Hatin' getting pushed a little bit to the inside, just needs to get past one skater to get out and does so and gets out as your lead jammer. Jace of Spades trying to find some space, doing some spinning moves as it looks like that is actually Blue-Eyed Bruiser who is out there as your lead jammer. No points scored in that last jam. No, 1 point. They were able to grab 1 point before the jam ended. Star jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby and Speeder Parker for Kalamazoo. Star is out on the outside, finding a hole to become lead jammer for Fort Wayne's first lead jammer of this game. Speeder Parker trying to find space, just needs to get past one more Fort Wayne blocker in order to get out. Speeder Parker is out, but was called on a penalty and will be reporting to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Star, who has now scored 4 points on their first scoring pass. Star's pushed to the outside, so not getting through super quick on this power jam as Speeder Parker is waiting in the penalty box. Star finding that space to get through to tie this game and freeze Speeder Parker in the penalty box. So we will start the next jam with a very short power jam. So Fort Wayne will, who is lining up for Fort Wayne? That looks like Quantum Leap will be jamming for Fort Wayne, and so we'll be trying to grab that lead jammer status as quickly as possible before Parker is able to get out of the box. Parker is currently standing in the box, so it will not be long before Kalamazoo is out on the track as well. As the jam begins, Quantum Leap looking for some space, getting pushed to the inside. People getting jumbled up just a little bit, and finding some space on the inside. Quantum Leap is out for your lead jammer. Speeder Parker is now back in the pack, has found space as well, and is out about half a lap behind Quantum Leap, who is approaching the pack on his first scoring pass. These packs are moving real fast. Quantum Leap getting past the 2 Kalamazoo blockers that are out on the track to grab 4 points. Even though only 2 players were passed, the other 2 were in the penalty box. So Fort Wayne was able to grab all 4 of those points, bringing their total to 12. And as I look at the penalty box, it does look like we still have both a pivot and a blocker from Kalamazoo sitting in the penalty box. So they will be there for somewhere between 10 and 30 seconds. So Fort Wayne will try to capitalize on this. They've got both jammers out and ready to go. Jace of Spades jamming for Fort Wayne, and Skatin' Not Hatin' is jamming for Kalamazoo. Skatin' Not Hatin' finding some space on the outside to grab that lead jammer status, but Jace of Spades is out not too far behind, and this will be a race to the pack. Jace of Spades, Skatin' Not Hatin', finding a little contact, and Skatin' decides to call that jam before either player can score any points. No points scored, so our score remains 12-8. We've got Sailor for Fort Wayne and Chew Back Off for Kalamazoo. That is a great, I love that derby name. That one's a fun one. Sailor grabbing that lead jammer status, but Chew Back Off is not too far behind, only about a quarter track out. The pack is speeding up and stretching out. So let's see if Sailor's going to try and call it after trying to score some points. And she does, but not before grabbing, I think, 2 points for Fort Wayne. This game's starting off pretty quick-paced. Definitely fast packs today so far. All right, Skatin' Not Hatin' lining up for Kalamazoo, and Quantum Leap for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Oh, wow, Threats clearing a space on the inside line for Quantum Leap to come out for a very quick and easy lead jammer there. Skatin' Not Hatin' has the star off, but has not passed the star. Does a little spin to be able to get out. Quantum Leap has made it through on his first scoring pass, and both jammers will be racing to the pack. Doesn't look like Quantum is going to be calling it. And he does, but not before grabbing some points. I think both jammers were able to get some points there. Let's see how many. All right, both of them got 2 points on that jam. So Fort Wayne at 16 and Kalamazoo at 10. Jace of Spades jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Kalamazoo, Speeder Parker having to get past AK to get out as your lead jammer. Kalamazoo will be lead here. Jace of Spades trying to find some space, looking to get out. Both jammers colliding a little bit on that inside line. Looks like Parker will be headed to the penalty box. As a result of that collision, Jace of Spades is out, is not lead jammer though. Sid Speeder Parker was lead jammer when he went to the penalty box. This will be a 2-minute jam. Speeder Parker's going to try to take advantage of these 30 seconds with Parker in the penalty box. Jace of Spades getting a little bit tangled up here. Kalamazoo pivot doing a really great job of holding Jace of Spades. Lots of spinning happening. Jace trying to go to the inside, trying to go to the outside, trying to find some space. Big hit from Blue-Eyed Bruiser. Speeder Parker is back in the game. and eligible to score points as well. We've got about 30 seconds left in this jam. Jace of Spades through for another scoring pass. As Speeder Parker was coming out, there was a penalty assessed. It looks like a second penalty was assessed as well. So Speeder Parker will be in the penalty box for 1 minute, which means we will probably start the next jam with a power jam for Fort Wayne. All right, Pack has slowed down a little bit there in all the confusion, but not before Jace was able to grab a few more points for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Bringing Fort Wayne's lead to 25, Kalamazoo 10. That was a very successful power jam for Fort Wayne. Sailor for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Speeder Parker, as I said, is in the penalty box. So Sailor has an opportunity here, but is not currently lead jammer. She's going to have to grab that lead jammer status first. Gets recycled a little bit to the back. There are 3 Kalamazoo blockers out on the track right now, all 3 doing a great job working to try and keep Sailor from becoming lead jammer before Speeder Parker can get out of the penalty box. If Parker is able to get out of the penalty box before Sailor becomes lead jammer, then he will be eligible to become lead jammer. However, that is not going to happen, as Sailor has been named lead jammer and will be eligible to score points on her next pass. That was a hard-earned lead jammer status there for Sailor. Speeder Parker is back in the game now, so will be coming through. Speeder Parker is on his initial right now, so is not currently eligible to score points, and unfortunately is not going to be able to score any points during that jam because the jam was called. Nope. Fort Wayne scored points in that jam, right? Were they on their initial? I don't see that any points were scored, so maybe it was called before. Yep, I think she must have been on her initial, so no points scored in that jam. Quantum Leap jamming for Fort Wayne, and Speeder Parker for Kalamazoo. Wow, beautiful ducking under the arms for Quantum Leap to get out as lead jammer. Speeder Parker is, back in the box. Parker's getting comfortable in that box, unfortunately. Looks like Speeder Parker has the jammer hat off, so might be looking for a pivot to pass it to when he comes out of that box. Quantum Leap making it through on a scoring pass to grab 4 points for Fort Wayne. Speeder Parker is out of the penalty box and is engaging the pack, is not on a scoring pass right now. Quantum Leap coming through to grab some more points before calling the jam. Looks like a timeout might be being called. The timeout for Kalamazoo. Oftentimes, the beginning of the game, we've got about 17 minutes left, so we are almost halfway through this first half. Taking a little bit of a timeout is oftentimes a good idea when the game gets going and things happen. But it looks like that will be an official timeout. So even though that timeout, I think, might have been initially called by Kalamazoo, the officials are also having a discussion right now about something that might have occurred in that last jam. My brain is a little bit mushy because last night we were at Circle City for a game between Circle City and Akron, Ohio, and now today we are here in Fort Wayne, and we have got Michigan. So Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana all in a weekend of anniversary fun for Derby Date Night. So I will figure out what teams are playing, hopefully within the next few minutes, so that I can stop switching the names of the teams around. And if I don't, I'm sure you'll correct me in the chat. No, not correct, help. The chat is always helpful. Where are you watching from? Who are you here to see today? Here to just see some good derby, or are you cheering on a specific skater? Let us know in the comments. That was a Kalamazoo timeout. Feline jamming for the first time this game for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Jawbreaker Jose for Kalamazoo. Jose pulling out beautiful spin around Chaos to establish lead jammer status. Feline finding some space on the outside, is out about half a track behind. Oh, Mr. Bruise Guy, you should be here today too. Jawbreaker Jose getting through to grab a few points and calls the jam before Fort Wayne can score any points there. Mr. Bruise Guy's getting a break today. Hope you're enjoying this lovely Sunday afternoon. I think it's lovely. It's not as cold in here as it was last time, so I am definitely enjoying that. I'm also wearing a sweater and thermal socks today because I was told to come prepared. Buckwild Barbie jamming for Fort Wayne, and Skatin' Not Hatin' jamming for Kalamazoo. Skatin' Not Hatin' out as lead jammer very quickly there, earning that lead jammer status. Buckwild Barbie is continuing to try and get through. Track cut getting called on Buckwild Barbie, who will be reported to the penalty box as Skatin' Not Hatin' comes through on a scoring pass to grab 4 points. This is a great opportunity for Kalamazoo, who has fallen behind a bit, to now have a power jam to try and cut into Fort Wayne's lead a little bit, and Skatin' Not Hatin's doing a great job of that as they have just grabbed another 4 points. Skatin' Not Hatin' approaching the pack again. Getting a little bit more tangled up this time, but finding some space there. Buckwild Barbie is released from the penalty box as Skatin' Not Hatin' completes that pass. Both jammers approaching the pack at this point. Buckwild Barbie through. A little bit of confusion. Looks like Buckwild Barbie might be returning to the penalty box for 2 penalties, so she will be sitting in the penalty box for a full minute as Skatin' Not Hatin' has completed another scoring pass, cutting into that lead. It's a 3-point game right now. If Skatin' Not Hatin' can complete this pass here, I think we will have a lead change. Skatin' Not Hatin' is headed to the penalty box, though, so that's going to be interesting. Skatin' Not Hatin' will report to the penalty box, which will release Buckwild Barbie. Although Buckwild Barbie was sitting for 2 penalties, I don't know the rules on this one. I see Tiny and Mighty is in the chat, so maybe she can explain what happens when somebody's serving 2 penalties and the other jammer comes in. Regardless, everybody's back out on the track, but the jam is ending. So we will take a break to breathe after that. Really, Kalamazoo did a great job cutting into that lead. Tiny says Bruise Guy is her hero, although I got to watch Tiny this weekend when she was at USAR's Champs, and I was very pleased. You did a great job coaching. It was really fun to watch USAR's Nationals, another form of derby for those of you who don't know. I don't understand it at all. It was really my first time seeing USAR's, and within 5 minutes I was like, I think it's different because somehow the pivot is scoring points, and I think lead can change in USAR's. There's all sorts of really, I saw a pivot call off a jam, and I need to learn more about USAR's. It was very interesting, and I learned a lot. And congratulations to Tiny and Mighty and your team. I believe you guys got 3rd place, second place. I think it was 2nd place. I'm sure you'll let me know in the chat. So great job. It was super fun to watch. All right, this game has become close, so we have only got 3 points separating these teams as the jammers are lining up, getting ready for another jam. We've got less than 15 minutes left in this half. Jawbreaker Jose jamming for Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo. And Buckwild Barbie coming out of the box from Fort Wayne. Jose was able to get that lead jammer status. as Buckwild Barbie's coming out. Push to the outside, forced to recycle as Buckwild Barbie coming through the pack. Beautiful spin and going through the pack backwards to be able to score those 4 points, which means we have a lead change. Buckwild Barbie continuing to try to get through is able to do so and is out now. Jose sailing through on one skate backwards to score 4 more points. Kalamazoo is now in the lead. Buckwild Barbie approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Takes a little bit of a tumble as she runs into a tough Kalamazoo wall. Jose coming through again for another 4 points, bringing that total to 12 for the jam. Barbie was able to get through as well, scoring 4 points of her own. Jose entering the pack and calling the jam. Awesome, Tiny. Congrats. The women's team took bronze and the open division took silver. Great job in that USARS tournament. And that's what I was thinking, Tiny. So if someone is serving 2 penalties, if they've already completed the first, so that must be what happened. Buckwild had already served the first penalty. So then the second jammer sits down and then they will only serve the same amount of time as the second penalty. So however long Buckwild Barbie sat for the second penalty. I think if I'm understanding that correctly. Oh, beautiful. Jace of Spades finding some space to dash up the outside line to grab lead jammer status. Fort Wayne working together to try and slow down Skatin' Not Hatin', but she is able to stay inbounds and get out as your second jammer. Jace of Spades making it through for those 4 points and calling the jam before Skatin' can come through and score any points of her own. So Fort Wayne just cutting into that lead, chipping away. 5-point difference between these teams. This is going so fast compared to last night. Last night it was a little bit of a slower pace, and this is a very, very fast-paced game. Lots of fun to watch. All right, Quantum Leap for Fort Wayne Roller Derby and Jawbreaker Jose for Kalamazoo. Jose spinning around the outside of Bad Karma to grab that lead jammer status. Lots of tumbling as Quantum Leap gets out behind. Jose entering the pack on her first scoring pass. Needs to get past a tripod of blockers for Fort Wayne, is able to do so. Quantum Leap getting pushed to the outside by Pocket. Forced to recycle there as Jose enters the pack on her second scoring pass. Quantum Leap continuing to try and find space, continuing to be pushed back and needing to reset. Quantum Leap finding that space on the inside with a big hit there, getting out, but the jam is done, and we will reset for another jam. A little bit over 10 minutes left in this half. All right, Skatin' Not Hatin' lining up for Kalamazoo, and Feline lining up for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Skatin' Not Hatin' finding that space on the inside to grab that lead jammer status quickly. Feline looking for some help from AK to clear out that inside line to get out just behind. Skatin' is approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Teams jostling, and Skatin's able to kind of weave through to grab those 4 points and calls the jam before Feline can come through and take any points of her own. So for our anniversary today, since it is our 18th anniversary, and you all, if you've been around Derby Date Night, you know that we like cheese. And today I brought some special brie cheese because that is a celebratory crackers and cheese spread that we have enjoyed on our anniversary date tonight. Jawbreaker Jose out on the outside line to become your lead jammer. Jace of Spades out not too far behind. So the packs are both going to reset here, kind of figure out what they're doing as these jammers are approaching the pack. Jose taking a spin on the outside, does a little hop and calls the jam, hoping that Jace of Spades was not able to sneak any points of his own, and he was not. What we like to do here on Derby Date Night is when a team hits 50 points, and for every 50 points after, we like to tell a little joke. And since it's our anniversary, we get to tell some fun anniversary dating jokes. So I really hope that none of you here are lactose intolerant, because these jokes are going to be cheesy. Quantum Leap jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Skatin' Not Hatin' for Kalamazoo. We've seen these two a number of times out there together. Skatin' pulling that pack out to the front, trying to find some space. Bad Karma pulling her back, but looks like she was able to get through there. And she sees Quantum Leap out right next to her, looks at Quantum Leap and says, "I'm just going to call this before either one of us score any points." All right, so the anniversary joke I've got for the first 50 points. I asked my wife if she'd like a new diamond ring to celebrate our anniversary. "Nothing would make me happier," she replied, so I got her nothing. I don't know how happy of an anniversary that one was. Feline jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Skatin' Not Hatin' again for Kalamazoo. Whew, not even taking a break here. Skatin' is going to have to get past Buckwild Barbie and Chaos, and is able to do so to grab that lead jammer status. Feline has the jammer star off, so might be looking for a pivot to pass it to. Skatin' engaging the pack on her first scoring pass. Needs to get past AK in order to grab all 4 of those points. Is able to do so. Looking back at Feline, who's trying to find that pivot, trying to find some space. Skatin' entering the pack on her second scoring pass. Dashes up the inside line to grab 4 more points. Feline has passed the star, I think, to Buckwild Barbie, who will now be the jammer for Fort Wayne. Skatin' approaching the pack. Buckwild Barbie about half a track behind. Skatin' doing a little hop to grab some points and calling the jam. 11 points scored for Kalamazoo in that jam. So those of you in the chat that have had anniversaries, what have you done on your anniversary? Clearly, we like to go watch some roller derby and do a live stream together, but what have you all done on your anniversaries? Jace of Spade jamming for Fort Wayne, and Jose jamming for Kalamazoo. Jose looking for space on the outside and is able to avoid a hit to stay inbounds and grab that lead jammer status. Jace was forced to recycle, is currently pushing through the pack, trying to find space to get through, is able to do so. Jose coming through, has grabbed 4 points, is going to decide, since Jace is in front of her, is she going to call it, or is she going to let Jace try and score some points? Looking to her bench for some advice. Looks like she is going to run it. Jace getting pushed to the outside. Jose coming through, grabbing all 4 of those points there. Jace trying to find some space, getting pushed to the inside as Jose is re-entering the pack again. Needs to get past Bad Karma, doing a spin there, is able to get out to score another 4 points. Jace looking to his teammates, possibly looking for some help, continuing to push as Jose is entering the pack. Jace getting pushed to the outside, forced to recycle. Jose stretching that pack out at the front, decides to call the jam, but not before scoring a couple more points, bringing that total to 15 for that jam. We have less than 5 minutes left in this half. The penalty box had a lot of people in it at the beginning of this game, but I think things have settled down a bit. While the pace is still going really fast, I've noticed that the penalty box has not had as many visitors to it. So I think that things have slowed down a little bit on the penalty front for right now. But now that I've said that, just because of my luck, I bet you there's going to be lots of penalties in this next one. It's just what happens. I jinx things. Quantum Leap jamming for Fort Wayne, and Chewbacca jamming for Kalamazoo. Spinning and falling, and Quantum Leap is going to be forced to recycle. Chewbacca grabbing that lead jammer status for Kalamazoo. Quantum Leap taking a little bit of a push to the inside. Chewbacca grabbing those 4 points as they come through, but Quantum Leap, it looks like, was called on a penalty and will be reporting to the box. See, I told you things happen when I say things. Things were going so well. Chewbacca trying to take advantage of this power jam, spreading things out. Buckwild Barbie pushing to the inside, forcing her to recycle, slowing her down just a little bit there. Chewbacca needing to push as the Kalamazoo blockers are going to hold the line in the back, and Chewbacca is going to try to pull this pack apart. Just has to get past AK, who is a fantastic one-on-one blocker. Able to get through for those 4 points as Quantum Leap comes out of the box. I love backward skating. That was beautiful by Quantum Leap to get through. They are now out, but Chewbacca decides to call the jam with 3 minutes left in this game. No, half. I did it again. It's only half. We still have a whole nother half to play. And then another game after that, yes. Not getting many responses for what people have done on their anniversary. So they might be a little bit like us, serious, where we don't usually do much on our anniversaries. Skating Not Hating coming through for lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Feline is jamming for Fort Wayne. Skating Not Hating coming through on her first scoring pass to grab those 4 points. Feline hoping that she was able to make it out, but it turns out she was being called on a penalty and will need to report to the penalty box. Skating coming through on a second scoring pass as the pack is speeding up, taking a shirt whip from Dirty Gertie, is able to get through for 4 more points while Feline is waiting in the penalty box to be able to come out. Skating Not Hating is approaching that pack again on another scoring pass. Easily untouched coming through to grab 4 more points. Feline now standing in the penalty box. Let's see if Skating Not Hating is going to be able to score a few more points before Feline gets out of the box. Finding some space on the outside, but Fort Wayne blockers are reforming to slow her down just a little bit. Skating is kind of stuck at the top of the pack as Feline enters at the back of the pack. Skating pulling those skaters apart to be able to grab those 4 points. Feline getting some help from Chaos. Getting forced to recycle. Javelin. Oh, beautiful one-footed glide by Skating Not Hating to grab those next 4 points, and looks at the bench and decides to call it, but not before scoring 20 points in that jam, our highest scoring jam of the half. We've got 38 seconds left in this half, so probably time for one more jam and one more joke since Kalamazoo has now broken that 100 mark. My girlfriend is in a band, and for our anniversary, I brought her a new drum kit. It was a symbol of my love. You appreciate that one, Sirius, as a drummer. Sailor jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo. Sailor tiptoeing up the inside line, grabbing that lead jammer status. Hot Pocket needing to duck around a couple Fort Wayne blockers to get out behind. Sailor approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Push to the outside and decides to call it before Hot Pocket can score any points. Sailor was not able to grab any points there, so we will go into half with Kalamazoo at 117 and Fort Wayne at 48. We'll take a quick break and be right back. And I'm going to eat some cheese. And welcome back to Derby Date Night Anniversary Edition. You are here celebrating our 18th wedding anniversary with us by watching some fun roller derby. We are in the middle of our open gender game, Fort Wayne versus Kalamazoo. You know what would make a really great anniversary present, Sirius? I just checked our YouTube subscribers, and we are currently at 390 subscribers, which means we are only 10 subscribers away from 400. And I think that would just be a fabulous anniversary present to hit 400 subscribers. Although I'm realizing I probably should have asked for diamonds, because that would be probably something I'd like a little bit more than 400 subscribers. But one of those I think is more likely going to be a wedding anniversary present than the other. All right, getting started with this second half here. Jace of Spades jamming for Fort Wayne, and Jawbreaker Jose coming out very quickly as your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Jose coming through, just needing to get past two more Fort Wayne blockers here. Duck, duck, jam, and Chaos doing a great job slowing Jose down. Jose's able to get out as this pack has stretched out over almost half the track here. Jace of Spades getting forced to recycle, and Kalamazoo doing a great job with a beautiful waterfall, pulling Jace to the back. Jose engaging the pack on her second pass, gets through for another 4 points. Jace looking for some space, trying to get some help from Star, as Jose is entering the pack on a third scoring pass. Getting a little bit tangled up, but finds that space on the outside line as Jace is getting recycled again by Javelin, who, by the way, is the founder of the Team Michigan team. We've got a few Team Michigan players today out there from Kalamazoo. And Star is headed to the penalty box as the pivot for Fort Wayne. Jose making it through for another 4-point scoring pass. Jace communicating with the rest of his team, does not have a pivot to give the Star to at this point, so is just going to have to use pure strength and push as hard as he can. He is out. So is Jose with another 4 points there, but Jace is out behind and will be on a scoring pass now, coming in as this pack is speeding up in anticipation of Jose and Jace engaging the pack. Jose decides to call it before Jace can score any points. big thanks to our camera helpers today. We've got Brandon, who traveled here all the way from Michigan. Probably not to run cameras, but we really appreciate him running cameras for us and hope he's enjoying it. And then we've got Pulverizing Pixie from South Bend over on turn 3 and 4 helping us out. So we love this little Derby community and that we can get volunteers from all sorts of places helping us on our cameras and helping out Derby Date Night, bringing some good streaming to you. Trademark jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby for the first time in today's game. I don't think I've seen Trademark jam before. And grabbing that lead jammer status with that first jam of the game. So great job, Trademark, coming around. Game half. You know what I mean, Seriously. Ha 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 ha. Seriously. Okay, Trademark is now on a scoring pass. And gets called, unfortunately, on a back block and will be headed to the penalty box. I think the star was removed. I'm not sure if it was passed, but the Kalamazoo jammer is now out and will be on a scoring pass. Let's figure out who that is. Looks like that is Chewbacca jamming for Kalamazoo. Everybody kind of resetting, taking a minute to figure out what their plan is. Chewbacca taking a hit to the inside by Bad Karma, is able to stay in bounds and gets through for 4 points there. Trademark is Trademark standing? I can't see from my angle. Not yet. Trademark is out and will be re-engaging with the pack in just a little bit as Chewbacca gets through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. It looks like that was a star pass, so Chewbacca, my favorite thing is when pivots start scoring some points. So always fun to see a pivot able to score some points. That's always fun to look at on the stats sheet. Trade-off getting recycled to the back by 14, Headhunter. Chewbacca has scored some more points and is coming around to enter the pack again. We've got less than 10 seconds left in this jam. And with that, Kalamazoo hits 151, and you know what that means. That's another 50 points, which means another anniversary joke. Today we're doing anniversary jokes and dating jokes since, you know, we're all about our relationships. And Fort Wayne is 2 points away from yet another one. Let's see. On wedding anniversaries, the wise spouse always forgets the past, but never the present. Serious, were you a wise spouse? I think your present to me and my present to you is time for our 18th. Although yesterday we learned it was supposed to be porcelain. I don't think we own anything that's porcelain. Jose out as lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Trademark is Trademark in the box? Where? I think Trademark is in the penalty box right now. As Jose's coming around on a scoring pass, grabbing those 4 points for Kalamazoo. Trademark is now out of the penalty box and will be coming back in to jam for Fort Wayne. As Jose is on her second scoring pass, getting some offensive help from Speeder Parker to get through for another 4 points. Trademark approaching the pack, trying to figure out a good strategy, getting some help from Chaos there as Jose is entering the pack and finding some space on that inside line to get through. Trademark has the jammer hat off and has passed it to Sailor, who got a back block almost immediately after and will be headed to the penalty box as the Fort Wayne jammer. Tiny and Mighty says our toilet is porcelain. So since we did buy each other a what part of the toilet is that? The lid. We bought a new lid. So oh, the seat's not porcelain. You're right. Darn it. And we don't need new toilets, so but we do own porcelain. There you go. While I was discussing toilets, Jose was scoring more points, which is definitely more interesting than this conversation. But good to know we own porcelain. Jose entering on another scoring pass. Takes a big hit from Trademark. Parker also hits Trademark then, so everybody's kind of taking turns pushing each other out of bounds. Sailor is back in, and the jam is called. Kalamazoo 176, Fort Wayne 48. That was a 24-point jam for Kalamazoo. Buckwild Barbie jamming for Fort Wayne, and Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo coming out on the outside to grab that lead jammer status for Kalamazoo. Buckwild also out about 3/4 of a track behind. Pack's getting ready. Pocket running into, I think that was Threats, so slowing her down a little bit, but is able to get through for those 4 points. Buckwild Barbie entering the pack, doing a little spin. Just needs to get past one more Kalamazoo player to get out of the pack here. Hot Pocket entering the pack. Buckwild Barbie being forced to recycle there by Skatin' Not Hatin', who is pivoting right now for Kalamazoo. Hot Pocket gets through for another 4 points and calls the jam. That brings Fort Wayne to 54. Buckwild was able to get some points there, which means it's time for another Derby Date Night anniversary joke. On his 50th wedding anniversary, Henry Ford was asked his formula for a successful married life. He replied it was the same formula that made his automobile successful. Stick to one model. All right, Quantum Leap grabbing that lead jammer status quickly for Fort Wayne, but not far behind is Javelin jamming for Kalamazoo. Doing a quick little juke to get around to Kalamazoo blocker. Quantum Leap grabs those 4 points and quickly calls the jam. That was pretty. This game continues to be very fast-paced. It's a quick game. Quick and jukey. Jace of Spades jamming for Fort Wayne, and Headhunter for Kalamazoo. Headhunter coming out for lead jammer status for Kalamazoo. Jace of Spades pushing his way through, trying to find some space, hoping to get out, taking some big hits as Headhunter comes in, looking for space on the inside line. La Hapa doing great one-on-one blocking there to slow Headhunter down. She is able to get out for 4 points there. Jace of Spades finding some space of his own is also out. Headhunter approaching the pack on a scoring pass here is calling the jam, but was able to score some points before she did so. We have less than 20 minutes left in this game. It's not the half this time, it's the game. But don't worry, there is more Derby for you on this lovely Sunday afternoon. We are going to be having a WIFTA game with Fort Wayne and Kalamazoo right after this one. So stick around and continue to celebrate our anniversary with us. Quantum Leap jamming for Fort Wayne, and Jawbreaker Jose for Kalamazoo has to get past Sailor to grab that lead jammer status, is able to do so. Quantum Leap taking a hit to the outside, is being forced to recycle. Kalamazoo doing some beautiful waterfalling there. Fort Wayne holding a strong tripod there to slow down Jawbreaker Jose, who gets through for another 4 points. Quantum Leap is out. Jawbreaker Jose looking to the bench, saying, "What would you like me to do?" Is approaching the pack. Quantum Leap is right behind. Little bit of a dust up on the track as the jam is called. Looks like Jawbreaker Jose is communicating something to his coach. I saw as he was coming in, he was pointing at one of the skaters that was coming in and wanting to have a look at something. So I'm guessing this is going to be an official review. You keep saying official timeout, but it says official review on the thing. It didn't say official timeout. And remember what we learned last time, because the NSO currently is showing an O when she holds her hands up high. So that is an official review. I think an official timeout, okay, I know I've got some of you officials in the chat today. So does an official review look different than an official timeout for the NSO in terms of what symbol they make? I believe they do too. I think there's going to be a T if it's a timeout. But when it's a review, now she has the official of the O, and then she points at the Fort Wayne bench because they are the ones who called the review. That sounds smart, and I sound like I know what I'm talking about, but I might be wrong because sometimes if it sounds reasonable, I'm going to make it sound like it's the way it is. But I feel pretty confident. Woohoo! Tiny told me that I am correct. I love that feeling of validation. You know what else I love? I love the fact that here, if you come here to Fort Wayne for a game, they have a restaurant upstairs. Number one, it's warmer there than it is down here. Number two, you can watch the game from the viewing area, so it's really nice. And they have, I don't know if it was just that I was so hungry last time, but I don't think so, because these were literally the best onion rings I've had in my life. So I am excited for our anniversary dinner tonight. We are going to be having chicken strips and onion rings, and we're going to dip them in ranch, and it's going to be the best anniversary dinner, and I'm so excited for it. 18 years of wedded bliss, and I'm looking forward to the onion rings and chicken strips. What are some good anniversary meals that you all have had? I know on our first anniversary, I was very excited about, our newlywed life, and I remember making a 3-tiered strawberry cake that was lopsided, and it was dry, and I cooked, I think I set the fire alarm off because I decided to cook something fancy, and I was not very good at cooking on my own at that point, but it made a memory, and I have since learned to cook a little better. It was a bit of a disaster, but it was wonderful, and we really enjoyed our first anniversary disaster meal. So today we'll have somebody else cook it and deep fry some chicken and onions. I've learned, see, cooking a fancy dinner or getting some real good greasy food. And they have really good ranch here. And those of you who love ranch, I am a ranch connoisseur, and I love making sure that it is the right ranch.
Red took an official review for an out-of-play contact on White 410. Do you remember that, Jan? They did win that review. White 410 is in queue to go for this.
So I was just told that Fort Wayne did retain their official review, so they were asking for an out-of-contact block to be assessed. It was an out-of-play block from a Kalamazoo player, so that that player will be sitting in the penalty box for that out-of-play block, and Fort Wayne will retain their review. Dirty Gertie jamming for Kalamazoo and grabbing that lead jammer status, and Feline jamming for Fort Wayne is out about half a track behind. Dirty Gertie coming through for that first scoring pass to grab 4 points. Feline approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. There are not very many Kalamazoo blockers out there on the track right now. Trademark with a big hit to Dirty Gertie, forcing him to recycle. Feline coming around on a second scoring pass. Dirty Gertie through for those 8 points to bring Kalamazoo to 203. That's another 50 points, and that's another anniversary joke for y'all. How did the husband respond when his wife asked for a big ring for their 25th anniversary? He took her to a boxing match. This could be, you got me a big ring, because we're here at Derby and there's a big ring. It's the track. See? Jace of Spades jamming for Fort Wayne and Jose for Kalamazoo. Okay. Mr. Bruce Guy says the official timeout is the M of the YMCA. When you'd use your hands, M is for official, and then the O is the official review. Woo! Both jammers out at pretty much the same exact time. I can't even tell who I think Jace of Spades is the lead. Jose is just a little bit in front. And we've got some jammer blocking happening. Jammers just engaging together and slowing each other down while the pack waits to see what's going to happen. Jose is saying, "Are you going to call it?" And Jace says, "Yeah, fine, I'll call it." All right, we've got a little bit over 16 minutes left in this game, and then we will be taking a quick break for another game, our headliner game of Fort Wayne and Kalamazoo, starting around 4 o'clock. Smackajawea jamming for Kalamazoo and Quantum Leap jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Big hit on Smackajawea from, I think that was Trademark. Smackajawea pulling that pack apart at the front while Quantum Leap trying to find some space. Smackajawea is able to get out as lead jammer. Quantum Leap just has one more blocker to get past. Gets pushed out by the pivot of Kalamazoo, but she falls down, so Quantum Leap can keep going and is out. Smackajawea approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Pack is really stretched out, so Smackajawea weaving through to grab those 4 points and call the jam. Sailor jamming for Fort Wayne and Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo. Hot Pocket pulling that pack up to the front. Sailor closely behind, but Hot Pocket is lead. Sailor has passed Hot Pocket at this point, so Hot Pocket's going to have to decide if she's going to run this jam or if she's going to let Sailor enter the pack first. Looks like the jam is not being called, so both jammers are in the pack, both jammers scoring points. Hot Pocket finding space on the outside to get through. Sailor being held, pushed to the inside. Hot Pocket coming around on another scoring pass here. Sailor tiptoeing up the inside line, managing to stay in bounds to get out. Little bit of a tangle between Kalamazoo there, and Hot Pocket getting a little push to the outside is being forced to recycle by the Rets and calls the jam before Sailor can come around and score any more points. Someone in the crowd has a bullhorn right now, and I'm jealous because when I used to coach, I really wanted a bullhorn, and I was told by the referees that would absolutely not be allowed during games, and I completely understand why. But I really wanted one. Basher jamming for Kalamazoo, and Jace of Spades jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Ooh, everybody falling down, which we've now decided to call a banana jam. When the floor must be slippery. Got it. There was probably a banana there or something. Basher is your lead jammer and will be coming around to try and score some points. Jace of Spades taking a little bit of a breather, just a reset after all the tumbling everybody did, and is engaging again, trying to get past, has 2 more Kalamazoo blockers to get through, is able to do so. Basher is currently in the pack, being forced to recycle. Jace of Spades engaging in the pack now. And that jam is called. Quantum Leap jamming for Fort Wayne, and Dirty Gertie grabbing that lead jammer status, quickly dashing up the line. Quantum Leap is out as well, about half a lap behind Dirty Gertie. Dirty Gertie approaching that pack. Quantum Leap going as fast as he possibly can, trying to catch up. Both jammers weaving their way through the pack. A little bit of a dust up there. Dirty Gertie is through. Quantum Leap being forced to recycle by Blue-Eyed Bruiser from Kalamazoo. Quantum Leap looks like he's headed to the penalty box here. Dirty Gertie is through for 4 points. So that brings the total to 8 so far on this power jam for Kalamazoo. Everybody resetting, trying to figure out their strategy for this Kalamazoo power jam. Looks like some offensive help coming in for Dirty Gertie, who's just got to get past Trademark, who's doing some great one-on-one blocking there. Gertie able to get through for those 4 points. Quantum Leap is now standing in the penalty box, so Dirty Gertie's going to see if he can score a few more points before Quantum comes out of that box. Push to the inside. Quantum Leap is out and sees a space on the outside, runs up the outside, but takes a little bit of a tumble and is going to be forced to the back here. But this is a shenana jam, and Dirty Gertie is now going to be headed to the box and will be thinking about something for 30 seconds. So Quantum Leap has an opportunity here to score some points for Fort Wayne. Quantum Leap being pulled to the back by Jawbreaker Jose. Nice waterfalling there by Kalamazoo. Dirty Gertie is about to be coming back in. So Jose, this power jam is coming to an end, and so is the jam. We are under 10 minutes left in this game. We also have a Kalamazoo skater out there, Tex-Mex Ronnie, who is skating in their first adult game today. So keep an eye out for 2118 from Kalamazoo and congratulate Tex-Mex on their first adult game today. Hot Pocket grabbing that lead jammer status on the inside line there for Kalamazoo. Buckwild Barbie jamming for Fort Wayne is out about half a lap behind. Hot Pocket getting a little bit tangled up there as Buckwild Barbie approaches the pack. Hot Pocket calls the jam off. I think grabbed 3 points there. Oh, for the first time this game, things are slow at the beginning of a jam. We've had such a fast game today. And Jawbreaker Jose out again for Kalamazoo, grabs that lead jammer status. Sailor is jamming for Fort Wayne and being forced to recycle right now. I think might be thought about taking that star, but not sure if she's going to pass it to Feline, who's the current pivot. Jose coming through to score 4 points for Kalamazoo. Jose engaging the pack again on a second scoring pass. Sailor still has the star off, but is looking like she has found some space and is out now, putting that star on in case the jam is not called. So Sailor is eligible to score points once that star is back on her head. Jose and Sailor both approaching the pack. They are both on scoring passes here. Sailor getting pushed to the outside, forced to recycle here. Jose looking for space here on the inside, getting some good offensive help from Javelin to open up that hole to grab another 4 points. Sailor trying to get around Blue-Eyed Bruiser, but being forced to recycle there. With a little dip under a player, Jose coming through for another 4 points. Sailor just needs to get past Javelin, who pushes her to the outside. So Sailor's going to have to go back again. Jose engaging in the pack one more time. Needs to get past Bag Karma. And calls the jam. Fort Wayne was able to grab 3 points in that jam, bringing their total to 76. As we get started here, looks like Dirty Gertie jamming for Kalamazoo, getting pushed to the inside by AK. Track cut being called on Quantum Leap, who is the jammer for Fort Wayne. AK, the pivot, is also headed to the penalty box. Dirty Gertie coming around on a scoring pass here. Kalamazoo running up to provide some offensive help. Dirty Gertie able to get through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. Dirty Gertie signaling to the pack of what he wants to happen as Quantum Leap is standing and will be coming out of the penalty box shortly. We've got 5 minutes left in this game as Dirty Gertie, looking a little bit in pain, decides to call the jam there. I just said 5 minutes left in the game. Sirius is reminding me to say the time, and I already did. So after 18 years, still they don't listen. Or maybe we have the same brain because we both realized we should say 5 minutes left. All right, Jace of Spades for Fort Wayne and Jawbreaker Jose for Kalamazoo. Jace of Spades tiptoeing up that outside line to grab lead jammer status. Jawbreaker Jose is out as well, about a quarter lap behind. As everybody is resetting, trying to figure out their strategy for this. Jace makes a beautiful apex jump to grab those 4 points. I love those big, tall, high apex jumps. Jawbreaker Jose is called on a track cut, maybe? I'm not sure if that was the penalty. But Jawbreaker Jose will be headed to the penalty box. So this is an opportunity for Jace of Spades and the Fort Wayne roller derby team to try and get some points here. As another Kalamazoo blocker is also headed to the penalty box. Jace comes into the pack on another scoring pass. Getting some offensive help from Buckwild Barbie there. Just needs to get past Chewbackoff. Takes a push to the outside, and Jace decides to call the jam. I think Jose is still in the box, so Fort Wayne will start this next jam with a power jam. Okay, I think there's so Jawbreaker is standing in the penalty box, and there is a Kalamazoo blocker sitting in the penalty box. So we will start, but there must be another one because I'm only seeing 2 Kalamazoo nope, there is 3 Kalamazoo blockers out there. But Feline is able to get through them and grab that lead jammer status for Fort Wayne. Jose is out of the box and through the pack, so both jammers coming around now on their first scoring pass as this pack has sped up with just a little over 2.5 minutes left in this game. Feline getting into the pack, grabbing some points and calling the jam. Fort Wayne got 3 points in that jam to Kalamazoo's 2. Don't forget, as this game is winding down, we have one more game. In just a little bit, you will have the WIFTA game between Fort Wayne and Kalamazoo. Speeder Parker jamming for Kalamazoo. Star jamming for Fort Wayne. Speeder Parker battling Chaos, who is working her hardest to hold him, is able to get out and become lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Star is being forced to recycle. Speeder Parker taking a big hit from Chaos, is slowed down. Got to get past Chaos, and Buckwild Barbie does a spin to get out and grab those 4 points. Star looking for some space, trying to find it, is able to hop on the outside line and dash to the inside to get out of that pack. As Speeder Parker enters the pack again on another scoring pass. He's got 2 Fort Wayne blockers to get past and is able to do so. Star coming around on her own scoring pass. Beautiful little shimmy off to the outside is grabbing those 4 points. Speeder Parker engaging the pack again on another scoring pass. Dashing up the inside after getting some help from Blue Eyed Bruiser with some offense. Grabbing 12 points for Kalamazoo in that jam to Fort Wayne's 4 points. And we have 54 seconds left in this game, and we will be probably having one more jam before the end of this game. Again, those of you from Kalamazoo, thanks for joining us to watch today. If you have not heard of Derby Date Night and you don't know who we are, please subscribe and like. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. We would love to have you follow our journey and watch our games if you come by sometime in the near future. We try to travel as much as we can. Ophelia Plenty was sent to the penalty box there for Kalamazoo, and Quantum Leap leaping through the pack for lead jammer. Fort Wayne will be lead as the period time. Oh, beautiful apex jump there from Quantum Leap to grab those 4 points. Period time is running out, so this will be the last jam of this game as Ophelia Plenty is standing in the penalty box. Quantum Leap slowed down for the first time this jam, shaking his head, smiling and laughing as he is just taking a minute to reset here. Ophelia is out of the penalty box and will be coming in, is not on a scoring pass right now as she is on her initial. Quantum has taken the star off, so definitely will be a 2-minute jam here. We have 1 minute left to play, and we will go that whole entire minute. Both jammers in the pack. Ophelia is now on a scoring pass, so will be scoring points. Quantum is passing the star. It looks like, I think that's Threats, who is now the jammer for Fort Wayne, getting pushed to the outside as Ophelia gets through for 4 points. Threats putting that jammer star on. We have 30 seconds left in this game. Ophelia coming in. Everybody working really hard to hold these jammers. Jammers working hard to get through. Stretching that pack out. Ophelia stretching the pack out to the front, getting through for 4 more points. Threats trying to find some space here. Threats pushing as hard as she can. Ophelia entering the pack again, taking a hit from Quantum Leap, who's now a blocker, so slowing Ophelia down there. Threats trying to pull that pack apart as the jam is over, and that will be the game. Fort Wayne hitting that 100 mark, ending at 102. Kalamazoo 281 is your unofficial score. Before we go, that means I owe you one more joke. And we all know that I like the corniest jokes you can possibly hear. So why did the bee decide to get married? Because he found the perfect honey. I like it. Sweet as honey, sweet as sugar. We're going to take a quick break while these teams have a minute to reset from that game and get ready for another game. We'll be back in just a little bit for our game against Fort Wayne with Kalamazoo. Enjoy your Sunday afternoon and see you in just a little bit. afternoon, and welcome to Derby Date Night Anniversary Edition. You are joining us for our third and final game of our anniversary weekend. Thank you to those of us who have been with us all weekend, and welcome to those of you who are just joining us for the first time. You're here celebrating our 18th wedding anniversary between myself, Aria Kidding Me, and my partner in crime, technical producer, director, and just good partner in life, Sirius Lee. And as usual, we've left our kids, OMG and LOL, at home. We haven't heard from them, though, so we just checked in. Oh, Sirius is telling me that they want McDonald's, so I'm assuming they're doing fine. While we are out here on our anniversary date in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We just finished a very exciting open gender game between Fort Wayne and Kalamazoo. Now we're getting ready to watch our final game, Fort Wayne Roller Derby versus Kalamazoo Roller Derby. While these two teams are only a few hours apart, they haven't played each other since 2016. Kalamazoo is coming off of a 3-game win streak, looking to extend that streak to 4 wins. After starting their season with 2 wins, Fort Wayne's last 2 games have been losses, and they would love to finish their season off with a win. So both teams are coming into this game looking for a victory. We're about to get started, and I will be right back with some introductions of the players. All right, we are ready for some introductions here for this last game of the day. We've got number 100 Smackajawea for Kalamazoo, 1039 Ophelia Plenty, 1331 Blue-Eyed Bruiser, 14 Headhunter, 19 Death Valley, 2118 Tex-Mex Ronnie, 2931 Chew Back Off, 410 Basher, number 5 Hot Pocket. In her first game ever, number 906 Menstrual Mayhem, and number 922 Jawbreaker Jose. That is your Kalamazoo Roller Derby team. The home team, Fort Wayne Roller Derby, includes 1111 Star, 13 Sailor, 1337 Needle, 1959 Buck Wild Barbie, number 2 Bad Karma, number 229 Be Gone, number 26, Trademark. Number 318, Thor. Number 321, Kerpow. Number 37, Chewblocka. Number 47, AK. Number 60, Threats. Number 721, La Hapa. Number 8029, Morgan Donor. Number 807, Unraveled Chaos. And number 9, Feline Frenzy. And a special thanks and a special shout out to all of our NSOs and officials today working these games. And an extra special shout out to some amazing South Bend skaters who are helping us out on our cameras. Say hello to Pulverizing Pixie and Miss Heathen, who are helping us work our cameras tonight so we can bring you some great roller derby live streaming. Thank you so much to them and South Bend Roller Derby for loaning them out to us for a couple hours today. So one thing I'm really excited about for this game, which is something that no one except me is excited about, is that Fort Wayne has a chew blocka and Kalamazoo has a chew back off. And I would like to pay close attention, and hopefully I will see the two of them playing against each other at some time, and that would be like some sort of a chewception? Chewyception? A chewy situation. Nice. I'm having such a fun anniversary with you today, Sirius. This is the best kind of date ever. I also found out not only does the restaurant upstairs have onion rings and chicken strips, I heard they have a pretty amazing brownie that is fantastic with some ice cream. So I think since it's our anniversary, we should definitely have a special brownie treat as well as our extra healthy, greasy, fried food dinner for our anniversary today. But before we can enjoy our anniversary dinner, we get to watch some fabulous roller derby between these two teams. For those who have not joined us on Derby Date Night, we like to bring you good derby and bad jokes. So as you're watching today, every time a team gets 50 points, you get a joke. And today's jokes are all anniversary and relationship based since we're celebrating our 18th anniversary with you today. We've got some fun relationship jokes. They're all pretty bad. They're bad puns. I'm not a dad. I'm a mom, but I got bad mom jokes that are definitely pretty punny. So once we hit 50 points, we'll start hearing some of those jokes. Getting started here with the first jam of the game, and a quick lead jammer grabbed by Headhunter from Kalamazoo. Sailor is jamming for Fort Wayne, getting a little bit tangled up here as Headhunter is approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Headhunter finding some space on the outside there, needing to get past AK. Sailor trying to swing around, hoping to find some space. Sailor getting Star pulling Headhunter back to the back of the pack. Sailor is now out of the pack. Headhunter is still lead and is still on a scoring pass here. Takes a hit from Trademark and decides to call off the jam before Fort Wayne can score any points. Starting this game off with the Kalamazoo as the first ones to score points, getting 4 points, but Fort Wayne also sneaking in 2 points there during that jam. All right, lining up for our second jam of the game. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne and Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo. Hot Pocket taking a little bit of a hit there. Takes a second to kind of reset. Feline Frenzy pulling that pack out. Is out as your lead jammer for Fort Wayne. Hot Pocket taking a second as she has been recycled to the back of the pack here. Looking for some space, getting pushed to the inside as Feline Frenzy is engaging the pack on her first scoring pass. Sweeping that pack from front to back, getting a little bit of help there from Chaos to get through for 4 points. Pocket trying to push through and break through that pack as best as she can. Feline Frenzy coming around on another scoring pass here. As Hot Pocket is now out of the pack. Feline Frenzy getting a little bit stopped here. Pushed to the inside by Blue-Eyed Bruiser and forced to call the jam. We have a tie game. Nope, we don't. Fort Wayne 8, Kalamazoo 6. 2 points separating these two teams. Chewbackoff lining up for Kalamazoo. And Buckwild Barbie lining up for Fort Wayne. Chewbackoff finding some space very easily, picking up that lead jammer status, running up the inside line. Buckwild Barbie out about 3/4 of a track behind. Chewbackoff is engaging the pack and noticing that Kalamazoo did a great job just pushing all of Fort Wayne to the inside line. So that outside line was wide open for Chewbackoff and just came sailing right through untouched. That was a quick jam, and we are going to start a reset for another one, but not before we have a lead change, and Kalamazoo is now in the lead and ahead by 2 points. All right, getting started with this jam. We've got Sailor for Fort Wayne and Headhunter grabbing that lead jammer status for Kalamazoo. Sailor trying to find space, does so on the inside line and is through. Headhunter approaching the pack on her first scoring pass, looking for some help from the pivot there, pulling that pack apart. Really fast pack, taking a big hit as Sailor is approaching the pack. Headhunter is calling off the jam and is able to grab 1 point there for Kalamazoo. All right, that looks like Hot Pocket, I think, lining up for Kalamazoo, and Feline Frenzy for Fort Wayne. A little bit of a tangle up, and Hot Pocket takes that opportunity to grab that lead jammer status for Kalamazoo. Feline Frenzy trying to get around Smackajawea is getting more tangled up. Hot Pocket engaging the pack on her first scoring pass, coming in, trying to find some space, getting some offensive help there from one of her teammates. Finds her way through for 4 points. Feline Frenzy taking that star off, handing it to the pivot with a very quick pivot pass there. Getting pushed to the outside as Hot Pocket is approaching the pack on another scoring pass. Star is now the jammer for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. As Hot Pocket gets pushed to the outside, she chooses to call off the jam. Buckwild Barbie lining up for Fort Wayne and Chewbackoff for Kalamazoo Roller Derby. Chewbackoff pulling the packs to the front, but Buckwild Barbie is victorious in getting that lead jammer status. Chewbackoff is definitely not far behind, and in fact trying to pass Buckwild Barbie as both of these jammers are approaching the pack at high speeds. Big hit there, and the jam is called. I think both skaters might have grabbed points, or maybe just Fort Wayne on that one. Fort Wayne getting 2 points there, leaving us with a score of Fort Wayne 10, Kalamazoo 19. All right, Sailor lining up for Fort Wayne and Headhunter for Kalamazoo. Woo! That inside line was opened up for Headhunter there with some great offense, and Headhunter just went straight up that line to grab that lead jammer status. Sailor getting past, trying to get past Jawbreaker Jose, who pulls her back and is forcing her to recycle. As Headhunter got through for a scoring pass, she is now coming around for a second scoring pass. A little bit of a tumble up, and everybody kind of on the ground there. Takes a hit from AK, who's going to make her go to the back of the pack here, as Sailor is now out of the pack and coming around on a scoring pass. Headhunter takes another hit from a Fort Wayne blocker. Was that AK or was that La Hop? Yeah, it was AK. AK and La Hop were kind of working together on that one, I think. Okay. Feline Frenzy lining up for Fort Wayne, and that looks like Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo. Fort Wayne's pivot deciding to play offense and trust this tripod of blockers to hold Hot Pocket. Kzoo also has a blocker out there focusing on offense. Hot Pocket is out as your lead jammer. Feline Frenzy trying to find that space as the Kalamazoo blockers are reforming to continue to contain Frenzy and not let her get out as Hot Pocket is coming in on a scoring pass and decides to call the jam. Timeout has been called. Okay, here's my favorite game we're going to play. We're going to look at this timeout signal and figure out what type of a timeout it was, because this is the type of thing we have been learning. So that T, that means someone called a timeout, and now we are pointing at the team who called the timeout, which would be Kalamazoo. So that means that this is a timeout for Kalamazoo. Look at me, I learned things. Melody Mayhem, if you're watching, am I doing well learning all of this, all of the NSO signals here? Hope you've all enjoyed your weekend as summer is dwindling down. I know here in Indiana it was a little bit rainy and stormy yesterday. Today has been, I think, a nice day. I've been in here and there's no windows, but I'm assuming it's nice. So I hope you've been enjoying this nice weather as summer's coming to a close as more quickly than I thought. We start school so early here, and our kids, OMG and LOL, are going to be starting school in less than a month already. I can't believe it. Okay, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about summer instead, or roller derby, since that's what we're actually here to talk about. Or cheese. We also talk about cheese on this channel a lot. So we can talk about roller derby or cheese. Cheesy roller derby. It's the best. Looks like I can't. Okay, wait. Who is that lining up for Kalamazoo? Chew back off. It's going to be jamming for Kalamazoo and Buckwild Barbie for Fort Wayne. All right, some great blocking being done by a Fort Wayne blocking duo, but Chewbackoff is able to get out as your lead jammer. Buckwild Barbie has the star off and is continuing to push forward to the front and is out as Chewbackoff is approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Getting stopped up a little bit, making it past AK to grab those 4 points and calls the jam before Buckwild Barbie can score any points of her own. Headhunter jamming for Kalamazoo and Sailor for Fort Wayne. Headhunter out as your lead jammer. Sailor getting pushed to the inside. Kalamazoo blockers working together to hold. Some great offense being done by Fort Wayne there to slow her down. Kerpow. Sailor coming up on the pack here. Looks like Headhunter is headed to the box, so we'll be sitting in the box for 30 seconds, and that penalty begins right now as she just sat down. So this is a power jam for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Sailor gonna be definitely trying to take advantage of this, but unfortunately can't right now as she is being forced to reform. Bash her on Kalamazoo. Also in that pack is Tex-Mex Ronnie for Kalamazoo, who is playing in her first adult game today, just aging up from juniors. So doing a great job, doing some blocking here in that first adult game, which I think was actually earlier today in the open gender game, but great job. All right, Headhunter back in and now scoring points. We have got 30 seconds left in this jam, and we are going to go all the way until the end of the jam. Headhunter trying to pull that pack apart, but got pushed out and is now being forced to recycle all the way to the back. Sailor being tucked into this real tight tripod of blockers from Kalamazoo. Headhunter finally able to stretch that pack out, and Bad Karma had to let her go. So Headhunter scoring those 4 points as Sailor is continuing to work hard and is currently needing to reset at the back of the pack, and that jam will end. Sailor was able to grab those 4 points during that battle through the pack, so that gives us a score of Kalamazoo 36 to Fort Wayne 16. Hot Pocket lining up for Kalamazoo, and Feline Frenzy for Fort Wayne. Hot Pocket pushing through the Fort Wayne tripod to get through for lead jammer. Feline Frenzy appreciating some great offense from Threats to help her through on the inside line. Hot Pocket approaching that pack, which is speeding up as Hot Pocket's trying to get through with a little spinny move, grabbing some points before calling the jam. Got 3 out of 4 points on that one. With about 16 minutes left in this half. We are in the first half of our last game of the day here. If you are just joining us for the first time, don't forget to like and subscribe, finding us on YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram. I think we might start to post more content of our dog, because I think that will really help engagement. Could we put him in roller skates? I don't think a Boston Terrier pug would do well in roller skates. Star jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Chew back off for Kalamazoo. Star finding space on the inside, but is not lead jammer. Chew back off is also not lead jammer, so there must have been some sort of no pass, no penalty, or Chew back off. Yeah, Chew back off does not have the star on, is actually holding it and just passed it to the pivot, so there was a successful star pass there, meaning that this jam is going to go for a whole nother minute here. The pivot, who is now the jammer for Kalamazoo, is Basher, being held by Buckwild Barbie and Trademark, I believe, as Star is coming around on another scoring pass, having already scored 4 points, really trying to cut into the lead that Kalamazoo has established here. Basher is through and will be on a scoring pass. Star coming around about a quarter track behind. We have 40 seconds left, so both jammers will be trying to score some more points before the end of this jam. Star getting pushed to the inside line. The jam was called off with 22 seconds left. I can see Ogre making a signal for some sort of a timeout here, because I don't think I saw a lead jammer called, and now someone just successfully called off the jam with 22. Yes, that's an M, which we learned from Mr. Bruise Guy earlier, that this is not an official review, this is an official timeout. So the officials, Bambi and Ogre, are having a conversation right now to discuss something. Last night, I decided that I should try to do bad lip reading when I'm watching the officials talk to each other. I don't know if that is actually a good idea. It would be funny for sure, but maybe not the best idea. I don't know. I enjoy bad lip reading. It's quite funny. Bad lip reading roller derby version would be funny. We'll write that down for maybe, you know, in between working on highlight videos, Sirius can do some bad lip reading videos. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne and Headhunter jamming for Kalamazoo. What do you mean don't give you more work? We are literally working on our anniversary here. Working. It's fun. It's not really work. Headhunter getting pushed to the inside. Feline Frenzy needing to go around a downed skater. Headhunter just has to get past Bad Karma and is through for lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Bad Karma, not Bad Karma, Feline Frenzy is also through. Headhunter on a scoring pass here, getting through and grabbing all 4 of those points. Looking back to see Feline Frenzy entering the pack. And tiptoeing around the outside line, grabs those 4 points as Headhunter comes around on a second scoring pass. Trying to find space on the outside. Taking a little bit of a tumble, decides to call the jam. Kalamazoo is at 48 and Fort Wayne is at 28. All right, Hot Pocket lining up for Kalamazoo and Buckwild Barbie for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Buckwild finding some space on the outside is your lead jammer. She does a little fist pump. She's pretty excited about that one. Hot Pocket, not so excited, is about half a track behind trying to catch Buckwild Barbie. The pack is speeding up as they are trying to protect their points. Buckwild entering the pack, trying to get through. Hot Pocket chasing closely behind. Buckwild calling the jam, but Hot Pocket was able to steal 1 point there. Fort Wayne able to score 2. Oh, I see we are lining up on the pivot line now. Always fun when the lineup strategy changes a little bit. Blockers maybe trying to get in each other's heads a little bit as everybody moves from that pivot line to the jammer line to start the jam. Sailor is jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby and Chew back off for Kalamazoo Roller Derby. Sailor finding the space to get lead jammer, but Chew back off is right behind. These 2 jammers are going to race to the pack to see if Sailor can score any points before Chew back off. And Sailor calls the jam after scoring 4 points. Chewbacca was able to grab 2, cutting into the lead that Kalamazoo has. However, Kalamazoo has hit that 50 point, which means it's time for an anniversary Derby Date Night joke. What do you call 2 birds in love? Tweet hearts. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Okay, I'll give you one more. What does a ghost call their partner? A ghoul friend. That was delightful. Don't worry, folks. We got lots more jokes. We'll be here all day. Well, all game. We have 10 minutes left in this half, and then we'll take a short break before we come back. They're keeping this game really close today, and this has been low scoring so far. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby and Headhunter for Kalamazoo. Tara appreciates my jokes, serious. I appreciate you, Tara. All right. This is a slow game right now. Lowest packs I've seen this game so far. Feline Frenzy finding some space in the back, just has to get past that Kalamazoo pivot and does so, grabbing that lead jammer status for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Headhunter just has to get past Bad Karma here, has the star off. That pack has sped up big time. Bad Karma pushing Headhunter, but she is able to stay inbounds to get out. Feline Frenzy, meanwhile, has engaged the pack on a scoring pass. Headhunter approaching on a scoring pass. Feline Frenzy sees her coming and calls that jam. 1 point for Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne is just slowly grabbing 1 point, grabbing 2 points, grabbing 1 point. They are chipping into that lead that Kalamazoo has. You know, I get sad when we get close to this is the last game of the day. So I'm sad that the Derby is ending, but I'm also excited because I'm getting closer to the chicken strips and onion rings and brownie that we're going to have for our anniversary dinner. I'm very torn. I'm so conflicted. Buckwild Barbie is jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby and Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo Roller Derby. Hot Pocket, by the way, is what my children are probably eating right now because they are home alone while we enjoy our anniversary date. We're at turn 2 and no lead jammer has been established yet. Buckwild Barbie being forced to recycle by, looks like that was 2 back off. Hot Pocket is your lead jammer. Buckwild Barbie getting pushed to the back. That jam is called. After Kalamazoo scores 4 points. All right, let's see. Is that Jawbreaker Jose for Kalamazoo and Star for Fort Wayne Roller Derby? Jawbreaker Jose is a member of Team Michigan, so skates for Kalamazoo as well as Team Michigan. Star getting stuck a little bit in the back here as Jawbreaker Jose skating backwards is out as your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. We've got a Kalamazoo blocker headed to the box. Star is out at this point. Jawbreaker Jose has engaged the pack on a scoring pass, getting pulled back by Trademark. Ooh, big hit from Blue Eye Bruiser on our Fort Wayne jammer as Jose is through for a 4-point scoring pass. Star on one leg, trying to get through. Takes a Kalamazoo blocker, takes a penalty as Star is able to get through and is out. Jose also coming through on a scoring pass, getting another 4 points for Kalamazoo. Star approaching the pack and Jose about a quarter lap behind. Star getting through on that inside line to grab 4 points. It's always nice when you can get through the pack quickly that way. Jose is being forced to recycle and takes a look at Star approaching her and decides to do some defense. Star easily coming around. Jose decides to call the jam. Both teams scoring a few points in that jam. Kalamazoo 10, Fort Wayne 8. Sailor lining up for Fort Wayne. Sailor enjoys pogo stick. That is a fun fact that I learned about her. So not only is she a jammer and your lead jammer for this jam, she also could probably get lead jammer on a pogo stick if you asked her. I don't know if that's legal though, so maybe don't try that. Headhunter is jamming for Kalamazoo and is also out as Sailor is engaging the pack on her first scoring pass, grabbing those 4 points. Headhunter is not going to have the opportunity to score any points as Sailor has called that jam. And we are going to go to a timeout with about 5 minutes left in this first half. It is a team timeout that has been called by Kalamazoo. I see the timeout signal. I also saw an NSO doing the YMCA, which is going to confuse me because I spent so much time learning these signals. If people start doing the YMCA out there, I'm not going to be sure what's actually happening. This is such a low-scoring game compared to the other games we've seen this weekend. It's been slow, but like it's just both of them are just chipping away. 4 points here, 2 points here, couple jams with 1 or 0 points. Fort Wayne is so close to their 50 points. I think we should do another anniversary relationship joke just real quick. So I don't want to brag, but I already have a date for next Valentine's Day. I know you think it's you, but it's actually February 14th. Oh, you knew that one. You called that one. What did the watermelon say to the other watermelon? You're one in a melon. Hey, you know what? I'm entertained, and that's the important thing today, right? Mercifully, Sirius says the timeout is over. So let's get back to roller derby. Beeline Frenzy for Fort Wayne roller derby, and Hot Pocket jamming for Kalamazoo. Beeline Frenzy trying to get through, but Hot Pocket finds space on the outside and is able to get around. Feline Frenzy taking that star off. Trying to pull that pack apart as Kalamazoo blockers are reforming to the front. Hot Pocket coming in to engage the pack and is on a scoring pass here. Threats has taken a pass and will be the jammer now for Fort Wayne and is now out of the pack. Hot Pocket is through for 4 points. Looks back, making a decision on whether or not we're going to keep playing, and decides, nope, we're going to call it before Threats can score any points. Tara, I would be honored if you stole these jokes and told your friends. We would love that. I'm just going to have these good derby, bad jokes. That's our new tagline, I've decided. Although our other tagline that we came up with yesterday, I was talking about Muncie, and I think the phrase, because Muncie, was what we came up with. So, just saying the name of the town you come from sometimes, because Muncie. It just is. All right, Chew back off jamming for Kalamazoo, getting pushed to the inside, forced to recycle. Buckwild Barbie getting pushed to the outside, forced to recycle. Both of these jammers trying to make some progress here and having a hard time. Chew back off pulling the pack apart is able to get out and become lead jammer. Buckwild Barbie's got one skater to get through and is unable to. I think that was Jose. I also see Menstrual Mayhem out there. Number 906, who is skating in her first game ever today. So congratulations on skating in your very first game. That is always a very special day for a skater. Chewbackoff is out after scoring 4 points and will be coming around on another scoring pass. Bad Karma getting pushed to the inside after trying to do some offense. We have 3 minutes left in this half. Buckwild Barbie is out now. Chewbackoff notices and calls the jam. We have a little bit over 2.5 minutes left in this half. Kalamazoo ahead by 30, but all of you who know roller derby know that this is still anybody's game because anything can happen in derby, including, what was the highest point jam we saw last night at Circle City? 24? Yeah, 24-point jam. So you never know what can happen. The players have done a great job this first half of staying out of the box. There have been a few visits to the box, but it hasn't been a super, super common occurrence. Usually most skaters seem to be out. So playing pretty safe games today, or at least penalty free. Headhunter is out as your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Sailor jamming for Fort Wayne, just getting out as Headhunter is engaging the pack on her first scoring pass, weaving her way through for 4 points, taking a look at the situation, seeing that Sailor is ahead of her, deciding to call the jam before any points can be scored by Fort Wayne. We are at about 1 minute, 30 seconds left in this half, so we might have one more, maybe 2 more jams before we move to halftime. I really want Fort Wayne to get 3 more points so I can do another joke. I gave it to him early because it was a timeout, so, but I still want them to earn it. Feline Frenzy, Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo. Feline Frenzy seeing a space on the outside, runs up and grabs that lead jammer status. Hot Pocket trying to get through on the inside is caught by Bad Karma, who forces her to slow down. A second time forcing her to slow down as Feline Frenzy approaches the pack on her first scoring pass. Getting pushed to the inside by, is that Jose again? No. Ophelia Plenty, another Team Michigan player who also who plays both for Kalamazoo and Team Michigan. Hot Pocket getting pushed outside by Star or Bad Karma. I think it was Bad Karma with that hit. Pulling Hot Pocket all the way to the back of the pack as Feline Frenzy coming through for those 4 points to give me the opportunity to tell you one last joke as we go into halftime. 15 seconds left in this half. Hot Pocket continuing to struggle. Feline Frenzy coming through untouched for 4 more points for Fort Wayne, cutting into that lead as we go into halftime. This will be the last jam of the half. Hot Pocket getting trapped by this strong Fort Wayne tripod of Chublaka, Bad Karma, and Threats, who are going to pull her all the way to the very, very back. As Fort Wayne is going back, they're also going to help out Feline Frenzy and try to make sure she gets through so she can grab those other 4 points. We have 30 seconds left in this jam. Both jammers engaging and trying to get through. Frenzy getting a little push from one of her blockers is out for another 4 points, bringing the total so far to 12 in this jam. Hot Pocket taking a second to rest and reset with 13 seconds left in this jam as Feline Frenzy is back in the pack again, continuing to score points. Hot Pocket continuing to assess things. And this jam will end, but Fort Wayne did a great job of cutting into that lead at the very end of the half there. So as we go into the half, Kalamazoo with 81 points, Fort Wayne with 60. Only a lead of 21 points, and it is anybody's game after the half. But you all know I owe you a joke, so I got to give it to you. Did you hear about the notebook who married the pencil? She finally found Mr. Right. Oh. Also, I went on 3 dates with someone who works at a zoo. After 3 dates, you know they're a keeper. Get it? People who work at a zoo, zookeeper, they're a keeper. Okay. Anyway, it's time to go to halftime because Sirius gave me the worst look ever after that joke. I'm going to go rewrite some of these jokes and come back ready with more jokes, more derby after the half. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Anniversary Edition. You are joining us for the last half of our last game of the weekend. We have been live for 5 games this weekend, and we've just been having a great time. Yesterday we were in Indianapolis, and today we are in Fort Wayne watching Fort Wayne Roller Derby battle Kalamazoo Roller Derby's B team, and we are really watching a very exciting game here with only a 21-point spread. Kalamazoo is currently leading 81-60. During halftime of this game, we also recognized some military members and thanked them for their service. So thank you so much for that, and we really appreciate honoring all of our military who have served and their families. So thanks for joining us for this last game of our anniversary as we look forward to some great chicken strips and onion rings after the game, which is going to be our very fancy anniversary dinner meal. Social Neil's just started Derby 2 months ago and is enjoying every minute of it. Oh, I love that. That's fabulous. I also, when at 42 was also my Derby number and my very favorite age. So love that. As we get started in this second half, Headhunter is your lead jammer for Kalamazoo. Feline Frenzy is jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby and getting a little bit tangled up there in the pack as Headhunter comes around on her first scoring pass. Tried to sail through and took a hit and got pushed to the inside there. I think that might have been Morgan Donor with that hit. Threats has taken a star pass and will be your jammer for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Headhunter getting through for those 4 points and calls the jam before Fort Wayne can score any points. Getting the first points on the board for this second half. Social Neils, I also watched a lot of footage when I was a new Derby skater, and I still do. It really is nice to see other teams. I love the fact that you're watching from all the way across the world. I love watching teams from different places. You see different strategies, you see lots of different ways to play Derby, and it can just be a really great way to learn more and to get better at Derby. Sailor jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby and Chewbackoff for Kalamazoo. Chewbackoff pulling the pack to the front on the inside line and backwards, getting that lead jammer status. Sailor trying to find space on the outside, needing to cut to the inside, tiptoes around and gets out as Chewbackoff is approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Chewbackoff getting a little bit slowed down there as Sailor also is trying to enter the pack but is not going to be allowed to score any points as that jam is going to be called off. So it looks like that was only 2 points scored for both teams, so no progress made from either team as we are even after that jam. Well, not even completely, but that jam was an even jam. Star getting lead jammer for Fort Wayne. Hot Pocket getting pushed to the outside and forced to recycle by Bag Karma as Star's coming in. And I think that was Thor working with Bag Karma there. Fun fact, Thor is her real last name. So I would love to have the last name Thor. I would just tell everyone I'm all powerful. Hot Pocket is now out of the pack, and Star is pushing through, trying to find some space, gets all 4 points and calls the jam. I think she got all 4. Yep, she got all. Yep, got all 4 points. We're back to another 21-point gap between these two teams, which is exactly how we went into halftime after these first 3 jams. Starting at the pivot line this time, so the jammers are going to have to go a little bit further. Headhunter stepping through the pack to grab that lead jammer status. Feline Frenzy getting pushed to the inside. Recovering to the outside, trying to pull the pack apart, continuing to try and push through as Headhunter comes around on her first scoring pass. Headhunter getting slowed down as Feline Frenzy is now out of the pack and will be coming around to try and score some points of her own. But Headhunter is not going to allow that and calls the jam before any points can be scored. Pack's coming out again, continuing to stick with the pivot line strategy. Chewbacca jamming for Kalamazoo and Sailor for Fort Wayne. Chewbacca getting pushed to the inside, slowing her down. Sailor trying to break through a very tangled up Kalamazoo set of blockers here who are just not wanting to let her through. Kalamazoo blocker heading to the penalty box. Tex-Mex Ronnie, just age up from juniors, I saw was in that great blocking group of Kalamazoo skaters. Chewbacca is lead jammer and is controlling this jam. Sailor is out and coming around, hoping to score some points of her own as Chewbacca calls the jam. So no points able to be scored by Fort Wayne in that jam. No, they got one. They stole one. Kalamazoo got 4. All right, we've got a couple blockers in the box right now. So Barbie is going to need to get through 2 Kalamazoo blockers, and Hot Pocket has a full complement of 4 blockers to get through. Oh, it is Buckwild Barbie who is jamming, and she is getting a little bit stuck up as the Kalamazoo pivot is coming back. Hot Pocket trying to pull the pack apart at the front. Big hit from Kerpow there, but coming back in and continuing to push. Buckwild Barbie pushed all the way to the back, being forced to recycle. Hot Pocket, in the meantime, is called as lead jammer after stretching that pack out and pulling it as far as she can to the front. Barbie is also through about 3/4 of a lap behind. Hot Pocket currently entering the pack on her first scoring pass. Decides to grab some points and call the jam. I'm so glad you like the corn jokes. I tend to like them too. And we're getting closer to another joke for our anniversary date night joke edition. 4 more points for Kalamazoo, and we will get some more corny date night jokes. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne and Headhunter for Kalamazoo. Feline Frenzy finding that space to grab that lead jammer, but Headhunter is out not far behind. So these 2 jammers are going to race to the pack, which is speeding up and spreading out as there's some blockers pushing and trying to fight for position here as both jammers have engaged the pack. Headhunter calls the jam, but not before Fort Wayne steals. Did they steal a point? Looks like they got 2 to Kalamazoo's 1. I don't want to forget to shout out our amazing volunteers today from South Bend Roller Derby. Miss Heathen and Pulverizing Pixie have graciously offered some of their time to help us out and bring this streaming to you. So thank you so much to both of them and Brandon, who was helping out in the first game. We really appreciate volunteers helping. Chewbacca is lead jammer for Kalamazoo Roller Derby, and Sailor is jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. This is my 5th game of the weekend. A little grace. Sailor getting forced to recycle, pushed to the back. Chewbacca has made it through on her first scoring pass, so has scored 4 points here. Sailor trying to push through, has that star off, has handed the star to Bad Karma, who is the pivot, who is now the jammer, and will need to put that star hat on but is not going to be allowed to score any points because that jam will be called before she can, but not before Kalamazoo reaches 100 points. They are now at 105, which means it's time for more jokes. If you were a vegetable, you would be a cute-cumber. Aw, Sirius does not like cucumbers, but they are one of my favorite vegetables. What is your favorite vegetable, Sirius? Carrots, maybe? Yeah, carrots. I'm a big fan of cucumbers, especially with ranch. In the Midwest, we really like our ranch dressing here. Hot Pocket jamming for Kalamazoo. Star getting a lead for Fort Wayne will be your lead jammer. Oh, track cut called on Star. So this will be a power jam for Kalamazoo, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Hot Pocket is not lead jammer, but Hot Pocket can still score points and will be trying to do so. This pack is really spread out right now. Poor La Hapa was kind of on her own there trying to do some blocking because she wasn't with the rest of her blockers. I think she was kind of trapped by the Kalamazoo blockers there. Hot Pocket through for those 4 points. Star is just standing, so she will be out of the penalty box in less than 10 seconds. Fort Wayne blocker has entered the penalty box, so there are 3 blockers currently out there. Kalamazoo doing some offense for Hot Pocket, helping her get through. Hot Pocket still has to get past Chaos, though, who is going to hold her, and Hot Pocket's going to call the jam, but not before Star gets out. So that penalty box, while there are still some visitors to it, we don't have any jammers in it right now. We've got 1 Fort Wayne blocker in the penalty box, and we have 2 jammers getting ready to start this next jam. Serious, we are 3 people away from 400, so we might get our anniversary present of 400 subscribers on our anniversary, especially on the rewatch, because I know some of you skaters are going to be watching in Kalamazoo. I don't think we filmed you before, so give us a little subscribe if you haven't. Big hit from a Kalamazoo blocker to a Fort Wayne blocker as everybody kind of does a little bit of a tumble. We're going to pause real quickly for an injury timeout. And we are back. Thank you for your patience as we pause for a medical timeout. We take safety very seriously, and when a skater's noggin and their helmet hit the ground, we pause the game and we take a second to make sure everything's okay. We really want everyone to be as safe as possible, and we appreciate our medics for being on site and ready to help out whenever an injury occurs. And that skater was able to skate off and is being checked and assessed, and we wish them the best. All right, Sailor jamming for Fort Wayne Roller Derby, and Chew back off for Kalamazoo. Sailor being forced to recycle to the outside. Chew back off being forced to recycle to the inside. Chew back off will be your lead jammer. Sailor just having to get past 1 more Kalamazoo blocker. Doing a great job holding her as long as she can. But Sailor is out as Chubakov is engaging the pack on her first scoring pass. I don't know if she got any points there before she called it. I don't think she did. So that was a scoreless jam, and we have 18 minutes left in this game. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne and Headhunter for Kalamazoo. This pack is just a big bunch up on the inside line. Headhunter notices and decides to dash up the outside where nobody was. So Headhunter is now your lead jammer. Feline Frenzy trying to get some help, hoping to get through and get out. Headhunter approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Finds a space on the inside and sails through for 4 points for Kalamazoo. Feline Frenzy continuing to try and find some space. I think she has the star off, but I don't know if she's going to pass it. Kalamazoo skater sees her and says, not so fast. That was Jawbreaker Jose with the hit there. Headhunter is in the pack and has scored some points, gets pushed to the outside and says, I don't want to go back to the back of the pack. I'm just going to call the jam and we're going to take a quick break. All right, getting ready for this next jam. Looks like we've got Hot Pocket and Sailor as your jammers here. Sailor pushing to the front, Hot Pocket trying to find some space as well. Both jammers having a tough time. Sailor is your lead jammer and will be out. Hot Pocket is also out, though, and is only about half a track behind. So Sailor's going to try and score some points here, getting some offensive help from Threats. Hot Pocket jumping in. Sailor getting forced to recycle and pulled to the back. Nice waterfall there by the Kalamazoo blockers. Hot Pocket is through for 4 points. Sailor's still lead is also through. Sailor's looking at Hot Pocket, and let's see if we're gonna let this roll or if we're gonna end it. Sailor decides to end that jam so that no more points can be scored. Thanks again to those of you who have decided to join us here for our anniversary Derby Date Night edition. We are really excited to be able to bring you some great roller derby here in the Midwest. And we do have one more game scheduled for this month. So we will be in Indianapolis again at the end of the month on the 29th for Indianapolis versus Confluence Crush Roller Derby. So look forward to that. CCRD versus CCRD. Should be not confusing at all for any of us. Chewbackoff jamming for Kalamazoo and Buckwild Barbie for Fort Wayne Roller Derby. Buckwild Barbie jumping over her own skater to try and get through, takes a push to the outside. While that was happening, Chewbackoff became your lead jammer, and Buckwild Barbie will be reporting, no, not reporting the penalty box. She's just getting pulled back to the back. That was Ophelia Plenty, who was pulling Buckwild Barbie to the back there. Another Team Michigan player. There are 3 Team Michigan players on the Kalamazoo team that you're seeing out there right now. I would love to see one of these Fort Wayne players on the Team Indiana team this upcoming year. I think they finished their season, but they'll be starting again in the fall, and maybe we'll see one of these Fort Wayne players on that Team Indiana roster. Any guesses as to who you think might be on that roster? I have no idea, just so you know. No inside information, but I would love to see some Fort Wayne players on there. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne and Headhunter for Kalamazoo. Slow packs for this jam. Headhunter trying to pull this pack apart to the front. All blockers focused on defense. We're not doing the three-person tripod with an offense. Everybody is 100% focused on defense. Frenzy saw a space on the inside, thought she had it, and was not able to get through and is being forced to go to the back of the pack. Headhunter being pushed to the outside and going to the back of the Fort Wayne blockers. Sees some space on the inside, is not able to get through. Feline Frenzy also trying to get through. We still do not have a lead jammer, and we are in turn 3. Headhunter getting pulled all the way to the back by Bad Karma. Some whistles being blown Feline Frenzy is your lead jammer for Fort Wayne, as another Fort Wayne blocker is headed to the penalty box. Feline Frenzy coming around. Headhunter continuing to be held by Karma. Blue-Eyed Bruiser noticing and coming in to help. As Feline Frenzy comes around the pack to grab 4 points for Fort Wayne. Blue-Eyed Bruiser is now the jammer for Kalamazoo, having taken a star pass, tiptoes up that outside line and gets out. So we'll be coming around to try and score some points. Feline Frenzy now in the pack, finding space on the outside with an assist from AK, grabbing those 4 points and calling the jam. I think that was 8 points there for Fort Wayne, bringing them to 81 points with 11 minutes and 52 seconds left in this game. Sailor jamming for Fort Wayne and Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo. Hot Pocket streaking to the front is out as your lead jammer. I'm not sure what's happening at the very front of the pack here, but there is some blockers blocking blockers. And I got very distracted by all of that as Hot Pocket came through on a scoring pass. Needs to get past one more Fort Wayne blocker to be able to get all the way out. Sailor is out of the pack and coming around to try and score some points. Hot Pocket with a spin is out to grab those first 4 points of this jam. Sailor getting pushed to the inside and being forced to recycle by Basher. Hot Pocket is back in the pack and working so hard to get through. Has 2 more blockers to get past and calls the jam. Timeout has been called. Let's see what the signal is. Timeout, and we are pointing at Kalamazoo, which means this is a timeout for Kalamazoo. This is their 3rd timeout, so this will be the last timeout they can use. They still do have an official review, though, so if they choose to, they could call an official review in the next 10 minutes of this game. Sometimes when teams have run out of timeouts, if they don't have anything to review, you can call an official review and just tell the referees, we're not actually wanting to review anything, we just want to use this as our timeout, which as a former coach, I have done before. But I really did like to use my official reviews. I would find some reason to call an official review. I would find some way to try and get the other jammer in the box. I was not always successful, but sometimes I was, and that was exciting. Sirius says, make something from nothing. I love to do that. Well, this is such a great way to finish off our anniversary weekend. I've really enjoyed spending this weekend, not only with you, Sirius, on our anniversary and being able to do a date night weekend, but also with all of you in the chat and who are watching online. We really enjoy being a part of this community and being able to engage with you and hear from you how much you're enjoying Derby Date Night. It really makes us feel like we're doing something that people really enjoy, and we like to make people happy. It's something that we just enjoy doing. Chewbackoff is jamming for Kalamazoo. Big hit from Bag Karma, who's pulling her way back as Star finds that space on the inside and comes out as lead jammer. Chewbackoff has passed the Star, and beautiful spin by the pivot from Kalamazoo, who will now be the jammer for the team. That is Jawbreaker Jose, who is coming around to try and score some points as Star calls off the jam, hoping to keep Kalamazoo from scoring any points. Looks like she was able to do so. Nope. 2 points for Kalamazoo and 4 points for Fort Wayne. We are under 10 minutes left in this game. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne and Headhunter for Kalamazoo. Feline hoping to find some space on the inside line. Headhunter pushing through the middle. Big hit there from Trademark, keeping her from getting out. We're at turn 3, and we do not have a lead jammer at this point. I see Feline Frenzy being recycled to the back. Headhunter trying to pull that pack out to the front. Has to get past AK, who is pretty amazing at one-on-one blocking. AK is going to make her work for it, and she does, grabbing that lead jammer status after all 4 turns. Feline Frenzy going to the back of the pack again. Gonna try one more time, hoping for a little offensive help from the Fort Wayne blockers as Headhunter comes around on a scoring pass. Feline Frenzy is through. Headhunter gets past all 4 Fort Wayne blockers and calls the jam after scoring those points. Threats is jamming for Fort Wayne and Hot Pocket for Kalamazoo. Great job, Threats, who usually is pivoting, doesn't usually start as a jammer, coming out as lead jammer. Hot Pocket right behind Threats, and these 2 jammers are going to race all the way to the pack. Threats taking a whip off of Buckwild Barbie to grab those points. That was beautiful. I love a well-executed whip just like that. That is exactly what it's supposed to look like. Grabbing 4 points to Kalamazoo's 1. That was so pretty and exciting. I loved it. Feline Frenzy jamming for Fort Wayne and Chew Back Off for Kalamazoo. Chew Back Off will be your lead jammer. Feline Frenzy just has to get past the pivot for Kalamazoo at this point. Getting held really well. Good, great one-on-one blocking there. Chew Back Off finding that space and zigging and zagging to the inside to grab 4 points for Kalamazoo. Little bit of confusion, and someone is reporting to the penalty box for Kalamazoo. That pack has slowed down as Chewbacca approaches the pack on a scoring pass, tiptoeing along the inside line, knocking down a couple players and coming out with 4 more points. Feline Frenzy push to the outside, passes. Okay, she passed the star to star, but is also reporting to the penalty box. As the jam is called, yep, this is what I thought happened. So the track cut happened, and then she passed the star, and I think the star is being given back to Feline Frenzy, who is in the box with a penalty. So I believe Feline Frenzy will start this next jam with a penalty and as the jammer in the box. But this is about to turn into an official timeout, I believe. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. The officials are going to talk about it and whether or not that star pass was completed. It was right in front of me, and it looked to me like, I mean, I saw the track cut. She handed the star to the pivot, and then she was called on the track cut. So I don't actually know the rule on, like, Mel, I don't think you're in the chat to help me out here, or if there are any referees in the chat. If you commit a penalty, do a star pass, and then get called on the penalty, is it a completed star pass before the penalty is called? Or is it because the penalty happened beforehand? You know what I'm saying? Am I making sense? Sirius says he doesn't. He thinks that that the Star Pass was I kind of agree on that one. I don't think the Star Pass would be completed, even though it wasn't called. They were in the process of calling it. That's my thought. We will see. Well, we won't see if I'm right. I mean, maybe if they come and tell me. Well, I know she's in the box. The question is she in the box as the jammer or... I know that. Oh, good point. But we also don't know what they're talking about. We don't get to... Oh, Tara, thank you. No, the penalty happened before the pass. She'll probably serve the penalty as a jammer. Yeah, that's exactly what we were thinking because it doesn't... Yeah. It doesn't matter when they call it. You have to do something legally, and if you already committed the penalty, then the pass would not be legal. But the question too, Tara, is was there a ref who had the same eyes on it as I did? Because sometimes they're not looking at that same exact spot, and they might not know the order of operations of when the pass happened versus when the penalty happened. But we're going to find out, or we're not, and we're going to guess. Sirius is telling me I need to talk, and I'm running out of things to talk about, so that means I can tell another joke. Are you a bank loan? Because you have my interest? Yep, Tara says you are correct. That is why there's crew and why they're talking about it. So I'm looking at the penalty box to see if she has the star on. She's holding the star in the penalty box. Feline Frenzy, and so that I think we are correct there. And she will be starting this next jam in the box as the jammer. So this will be a power jam for Kalamazoo. As this jam gets started, it looks like Headhunter is jamming for Kalamazoo, getting pushed to the outside. Needs to get that lead jammer status before Feline Frenzy can come out of the box and is able to do so. So she will be your lead jammer, but Feline Frenzy is standing, so we'll be exiting the box shortly. Ooh, beautiful, beautiful little spin there from Headhunter to get through for 4 points. We are less than 5 minutes left in this game. What a fun day this has been for all of us. The jammers are having fun. Headhunter is shaking her finger at Feline saying, no, 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 no. I don't want you behind me right now. Headhunter gets into the pack and calls the jam. And Tara, because I adore you and I know you love the jokes, we will tell a couple more jokes as we wind down our anniversary edition of Date Night. Did you hear about the porcupine who was nearsighted? He fell in love with a pincushion. I mean, pincushion, you know, it looked like. I hope they're very happy together. My boyfriend and I met on the internet. My mother asked him what line he used, and my boyfriend said, I used a modem. So this relationship clearly started in the early 2000s or the 1990s, because modems, the young ones, I don't know if they know what. That joke is as old as our marriage, Sirius. Sailor jamming for Fort Wayne and Hot Pocket jamming for Kalamazoo. Both jammers out. Hot Pocket is your lead jammer. Sailor is chasing right behind. No pack being called. That pack is split pretty far apart. Hot Pocket coming in, slides into a skater who falls down. I have a feeling a low block might be being called there, and Hot Pocket might be heading to the penalty box. Nope, doesn't look like it. I think it might have been incidental. Timeout being called, or official review. Well, wait, let's find out. We learned our signals. So I see, well, wait, she's doing the M, which means, okay, Mr. Bruce guy said if you look like the M in YMCA, it's an official timeout. Okay. So the officials are discussing. I am gonna guess at this point they are discussing a potential low block on the Kalamazoo jammer. That is our guess. But that means we got time for a couple more jokes with 2.5 minutes left in this game as the officials discuss what they would like to do here. A couple is on a date at a fancy restaurant. The woman tells the man to say something that will get her heart racing. He says, "I forgot my wallet." That would make my heart go racing too, probably. Knock, knock. Who's there? Frank. Frank who? Frank you for loving me. Frank you for loving me? I don't. Thank you. Frank you? No? No? Okay. Sirius didn't like that one. But I love cats, so we have to have some cat jokes here. Are you a cat? Because I'm feline, a connection. Another cat joke. If I were a cat, I'd spend all 9 lives with you. I hope our cat is doing okay at home today. The kids always want credit for taking care of the dog, but I think our cat is pretty high maintenance as well. All right, we are getting back to the action, and I see a jammer for Kalamazoo sitting in the box. So it does look like after that discussion that I'm guessing that was a low block call, and so we will start this jam as a power jam for Fort Wayne. So their goal, is that Threats lining up for as a jammer for Fort Wayne? So Fort Wayne is going to try to get this lead jammer status before Hot Pocket comes out of the box. This pack is moving pretty fast. Threats takes a big hit and is taking some time to recover here. Needing to go all the way back as Kalamazoo is waterfalling to the back to force Threats to go back as far as they can stretch this pack out. Threats is doing a great job swinging around those blockers, trying to get through. Hot Pocket is now back in the pack. Both jammers are on their initial. No lead jammer has been established yet, except for Hot Pocket is now lead jammer coming out of the box, grabbing that lead jammer status. Threats continuing to push and work her way through. She's taking that star off, so might be thinking about giving it to the pivot. I think it's Trademark. Hot Pocket is getting pushed to the outside by Unraveled Chaos, so we'll be going to the back of the pack there as Threats is approaching again, trying to pass that star to Trademark, who takes the star and is now the jammer for Fort Wayne. Nope, never mind. A penalty happened while Threats was trying to give it to Trademark, and Threats is headed to the penalty box as the jammer. Hot Pocket, in the meantime, has scored 4 points and is approaching the pack on another scoring pass. Oh, big, huge hit on Hot Pocket from Fort Wayne. I think that was Trademark. Everybody falling down. I'm going to call this a banana jam. That's when things get slippery and everybody falls down because there might be a banana on the track. So a banana jam with only 30 seconds left in this game, but 1 second left in the jam, which means I think with 30 seconds left, we're going to have time for one more jam. But I see Ogre as an NSO today as opposed to a referee calling an official timeout and going to talk to Bambi in the middle about something he saw. So another official timeout with only 30 seconds left in this game. The clock is still running right now, but I saw him make the signal for an official timeout. So I don't know if this is going to be the unofficial score. Like, it was exactly 30 seconds. So I don't know if we're going to get one more jam or not here. So we will see. Thank you guys for joining us today. We've had so much fun this weekend on our anniversary Derby date night. Let's see how we did with subscribers. Are we going to be able to do it live, or are we going to have to count on those of you in the chat? We are at 397. We're 3 away from 400. If you have any friends who haven't subscribed to us yet, or if you have teammates who you know haven't subscribed to us, go ahead and get them to subscribe, and we would love to see you all at future Derby Date Nights, of course. Being this close to the end of the game means I am closer to my chicken strips and onion rings. I haven't talked about cheese as much as I usually do today, but for those who weren't with us earlier, we did bring a special brie cheese and cracker spread. Since it is our anniversary, we had our own little picnic here in the ice rink. Well, I did. I know. Sirius does not like brie cheese. He's much more of a fan of the harder cheeses. I like the soft, smelly, gross, you know. He says he likes Gouda cheese. There's an extra joke that I didn't even write down. Well, while we wait for these officials to talk, I will find another joke here. Oh, are you? We were just talking about banana jams. So are you a banana? Because I find you appealing. You got that one, Sirius. And we will finish off with a fabulous cheese joke. Our favorite thing here on Derby Date Night. Cheese, Derby jokes. I know this is going to sound cheesy, but I think you're the greatest. Cha. Loving it. Loving spending this day with you all. And we look forward to seeing you at Derby Date Night again at the end of the month. We are getting started. We're working on our August schedule and our September schedule. So if you happen to be affiliated with a team and you would like Derby Date Night to come to you, we are working on figuring out a we're going to be posting something soon, probably on our Facebook page, for your team to be able to sign up if you are interested in having us come visit you. So we're trying to set our schedule up about we're going to be announcing it every month where we're headed, and we would love to be headed anywhere towards you at some point. Tara, thank you for participating in the chat. We are so happy to stream this for you all. We're happy that we get to enjoy Derby with all of you, and we love your participation and support. Really means a lot to us. Okay, do you think there's going to be one more jam? The way they're acting like there's going to be one more jam. That whistle made it sound like one more jam, so I think we are getting one. I did notice during that timeout, I think a skater there was something that happened, and a skater was asked to leave the game. So I think they may have been expelled at the end of that jam there. I do not know why. Is the bench full? The penalty box? I see a Fort Wayne jammer in the penalty box, right? So we're starting with and 2 Kalamazoo blockers, it looks like. And so I was just informed by the referees, that was an expulsion for a Kalamazoo skater for unsportsmanlike conduct. And we will get one more jam to finish this game. Headhunter is jamming on their own as Threats is currently standing in the penalty box. Headhunter trying to find space to get that lead jammer status as Threats is coming in. Headhunter got that lead jammer status but was pushed out and is being forced to recycle as lots of falling happening here. Period clock has run out, so this will be the last jam of the game. Threats returning to the penalty box again, it looks like, as Headhunter takes a hit to the inside and will be forced to recycle. Is going to try to score some points here on this penalty jam, on this power jam. It does feel a little bit like a penalty jam, but Headhunter getting pushed to the outside there by, is that Buckwild Barbie? I think that is Buckwild Barbie. So Headhunter will be resetting again and trying to get through one more time. Threats is in the pack again. We've got a little bit less than a minute left in this game. Congratulations to all the skaters for some really hard, really good derby. Threats is through as No, Threats is lead jammer. Their Headhunter was not lead jammer, it looks like. So Threats will be the lead jammer, and we've got 30 more seconds. And Threats is now on a scoring pass here to potentially get some points here for Fort Wayne. Maybe get them over that 100 mark. We've only got 20 seconds to do it, though, so I don't know. Going to be a hard ask here. Chewbackoff is now the jammer for Kalamazoo after a successful star pass, coming through to grab 4 points there. Threats going around, grabbing those 4 points, bringing Fort Wayne to 98 with 5 seconds left in the game. I think that is going to do it for points here, and we have an unofficial score of 166 Kalamazoo to 98 Fort Wayne. Congratulations to all the skaters. What a fun weekend for us. Happy 18th anniversary, Sirius. It's been lovely spending an entire, I guess our marriage is a legal adult now, and we can go vote. So We've lived a long time together, and I hope we have a lot more time together to have a lot more Derby date nights in our future. We'll see y'all again at the end of the month. Tune in again, and we'll see you soon.